The time is now 6 p.m. Our regular City Council meeting for October 11, 2022 is now in session. First on the agenda is Councilmember Brown will lead us with the opening prayer and the pledges of allegiance to the flags of the United States and the state of Texas. Please rise.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. Let's pray. As always, Lord, we begin with thanks for our good fortune that we live in the greatest community, in the greatest state, in the greatest country in the world. We gather tonight to guide our city in its journey of growth and ask that you provide us the wisdom in our decisions to ensure our continued prosperity in the weeks, months, and years ahead. We ask that you keep our entire community of citizens, employees, staff, and first responders safe and healthy to function at peak performance at all times. And as we head to our elections in less than a month, that our voters are educated and our candidates are prepared as we look to elect our future direction with each vote cast. In your name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Just a quick announcement. For those of you that are joining us on YouTube, due to technical difficulties, the presentation on the screen would not be available to you all for viewing. And maybe not even our council. So you might see us turn our heads so we can see what's on the screen back there, okay? All right, we'll go ahead and get started. First, we have a presentation by Ms. Gonzalez, who will provide information regarding the Schertz Emerging Leaders Program. Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm excited to be here tonight and be able to recognize our participants of our staff who completed this journey of the Emerging Leaders Program. I may not be able to. Okay. So before I get started and turn the mic over to Dr. Brown to give a couple of remarks and then ask the mayor to come down here to do the presentation and recognize our staff, just a kind of quick overview reminder of the program. So this was an 8-month curriculum of leadership development. It was facilitated by Strategic Government Resources. It included and incorporated concepts that were related to different aspects of leadership, such as human behavior, trust, effective communication, conflict resolution, emotional intelligence, and more. There was also a mentorship component to this. So each of our participants that took part in this, they were paired with a mentor. It was either one of our department heads or assistant department heads or someone from leadership. And so I think it was a really good experience for everybody. It was a lot of hard work put in. And so we are just, again, excited to be here tonight to recognize these folks. And so with that, Dr. Brown, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, good evening, everyone. It is an honor for us to be here today. This is an exciting moment for us, so we look forward to recognizing these great employees and all the hard work they've done this year in our inaugural class of our Emerging Leaders Program. We're very proud of them, all their hard work. This initial class went through an extensive application and selection process. They had to write an essay, actually, about why they wanted to be selected and what it would do for them. Each of the applications was rated by the city manager and the assistant city managers, and we gave them all overall scores. It was a highly competitive process, so we had many, many folks who applied, and so it was a very selective group, and so we were honored to get them to complete this course. They completed this challenging program. It covered many of the latest concepts in organizational leadership, and they were challenged to develop their leadership skills throughout the entire process. And this will help them in the future for all the things that they're going to do, and we expect great things from them for the city of Schertz. Additionally, the class read the book, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, and we engaged in discussion on a different habit each month, and that was sort of to broaden the course and give them some additional exposure. And I believe that this class was highly successful. We really are looking forward to the next class as we begin the next process in January. And we want to make it even better moving forward. The class is designed to help our employees advance. That's was the central purpose in their careers. And we wanted to do that from within. We want to be intentional about developing our leaders, and so that's why we initiated this class, and we think it was very successful, and we think they're going to be better prepared for their leadership roles in the future. They encompass a wide range of our employee base, so we didn't limit it to any one particular type of employee, or we didn't target anyone. We opened this up to all of the employees, and we were very pleased with the applications we got. So with that, we would like to recognize our graduates. So Mayor, if you'd come down here and help me.
And if we can please have those that participated and are being recognized to come up to the mic. Thank you. So first up is Bryce Birch. Next is Will Dalrymple. Next we have Eric Hagan. Next is Megan Lagunas. Next is Chad Lonsberry. Demetrio Martinez. Michael Reed. And finally, last but not least, William Sutton.
Get in here, don't be afraid.
And Antonio Valle could not be here with us tonight. And finally, we do want to give thanks to those who took their time to be mentors. So if you are a mentor and you're in this room, if you could stand up so we could recognize you as well. All right, thank you very much, and thank you for y'all's support on this project.
Congratulations to your staff. I'll I'll stay down here. I have a couple of proclamations. Could I please have the planning department join me up here, please? The City of Schertz Proclamation, Community Planning Month, October 2022. Whereas change is constant, and it affects all cities, towns, suburbs, counties, townships, and other places. Whereas community planning and plans can help manage this change in a way that provides better choices for how people work and live. Whereas community planning provides an opportunity for all residents to be involved in making choices that determine the future of their community. Whereas the full benefit of planning requires public officials and citizens to understand, support, and demand excellence in planning and plan implementation. Whereas the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States of America and its territories. Whereas the celebration of National Community Planning Month gives us the opportunity to publicize and recognize the participation and dedication of the members of the Planning Commission and other citizen planners who help contribute their time and expertise to improve the City of Schertz, Texas. Whereas we recognize the many valuable contributions made by professional community and regional planners of the City of Schertz, Texas, and extend our heartfelt thanks for the continued commitment to public service by these professionals. Now, therefore, I, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor for the City of Schertz, do hereby proclaim October 2022 as Community Planning Month in the City of Schertz, Texas, in conjunction with the celebration of National Community Planning Month. Ms. Woods, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing us, and I say us in the way of, I want to thank Sam. Emily's not here today, but for the planning's contribution and dedication to the city. I also want to recognize that this isn't just for the professionals that work in the field, but also our Planning and Zoning Commission, our City Council, and the community at large as well. So thank you all for all you do.
Could I please have the representatives for the fire department please join me up here? The City of Schertz Proclamation, Fire Prevention Week, October 9th through the 15th, 2022. Whereas Fire Prevention Week commemorates the Great Chicago Fire of 1871, which took the lives of more than 250 persons and left 100,000 homeless and destroyed more than 17,400 buildings, and serves as a motivating force to bring people of Schertz together to build a safer community. Whereas the City of Schertz is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living and visiting the City of Schertz. Whereas home fires caused 2,580 civilian deaths in the United States in 2020, according to the National Fire Prevention Association. And the fire departments in the United States responded to 356,500 home fires. Whereas the smoke alarm sends smoke, smoke alarms send smoke well before you can be alerted to the dangers in the event of the fire, in which you may have as little as 2 minutes to escape to safety. Whereas residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. Whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires in half. Whereas in 2022, the Fire Prevention Week theme, Fire, Don't Wait, Plan Your Escape, effectively serves to remind us the importance to have a home fire escape plan. Therefore, I, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor for the City of Schertz, do hereby proclaim October 9th through the 15th, 2022 as Fire Prevention Week throughout the city, and I urge all the citizens of Schertz to begin planning and practicing a fire escape plan with their families and friends for the Fire Prevention Week of 2022, and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of the Schertz Fire Department. Chief, would you like to say a few words?
I would just say thank you to the city and the council and the mayor for this continued support of the fire department as we work and grow and then improve our prevention programs to go out and educate the kiddos. Thank you.
All right, we're going to continue. We actually have the award presentation for the fire prevention poster winners. So I'll just stay down here so that we can go ahead and just present the winners for this this year's contest. Chief?
So good evening, council, mayor. Thank you for the time. My name is Ben Boney. I'm the fire marshal for the city of Schertz, and we're here to present the winners of the fire prevention poster contest for this year. So we discussed there in the proclamation, there's a little bit of a theme that goes along. It's Fire Won't Wait, Plan Your Escape. So that theme does talk about the need for those smoke alarms and having a plan ahead of time to be able to get out of the homes, because you will have about less than 2 minutes in some cases to be able to evacuate your home. So our contest this year incorporates that theme. It was broken down into 4 separate categories for the judging that we completed on October 3rd. So the categories were different age level groupings. So it was kinder and first grade, second and third grade, and then 4th grade. The posters for those groupings are on the back wall, and then as we go through the slides, you'll see some of those. And we also had a special category for Mayor's Choice, which he got to pick his choice over all of the posters. They don't have to be one of the finalists that are here with us, but it could have been. So overall, we had 73 posters submitted for this year's fire prevention contest. And then with the help of city council, staff, the mayor, fire department members, we had 450 votes cast to help us come up with the finalists that are here with us tonight in the room. Fire department would like to take a second to say thank you to all the groups that helped assist with this and the voting, the setup, getting the room set up for this. It was a big event, a lot of posters and times traveling to all the schools, because we do this through all of Cibolo schools, Schertz schools, and then Founders Academy and the School of Science and Technology are all included in this with us. So now on to the results.
Okay, bear with me here. I'm going to try to do my best on everybody's names, so don't be too hard on me about that. Let's see. So here are our candidates and winners from kindergarten through 1st grade. All right, we're going to go through the places as we go and go through each age group. And in 3rd place, Harley Cortinas, kindergarten, Rose Garden Elementary. Get up, get up. Get that poster, awesome. That's a good one right there. All right, with second place, Stephen G., first grade, Weiderstein Elementary. Come on up. All right, and next is going to be from the second to third grade winners after we take a, are y'all going to take a picture of all? Okay, all of them? Okay. All right, we'll go to the next grouping here. Second and third grade winners, third place, Audrey DeLeon, third grade, Sipple Elementary. And second place, Harper Inman, third grade, Schertz Elementary. Good job. Okay, and with first place, Braxton Inman, second grade, Schertz Elementary. And with that, we're going to move on to the fourth grade winners. And here's your fourth grade post winners right here on the screen. And third place, Xander Morgan, fourth grade, Pasco Elementary. I'm not too sure about this next one if they're here or not, but I'm going to try to do best on the name here. Okay. Second place, Mycelis Maldonado. And for first place, fourth grade, Jackson Boney, Rose Garden Elementary.
I had the privilege and honor to select the mayor's choice. It was very difficult, 70-something entries, but there was one that actually caught my eye. It's when I grew up playing Pac-Man. So that was the mayor's choice, and I'd like to present that to the winner. Here we go. Group picture. Yes, let's take a group picture. Moms, dads, if you want to come up here, we do it when we have that group picture. You're welcome to. Come on. It was so funny. He said, so many cameras flashing, and we had the paparazzi out here, right? Thank you all. It is a school night. If the kids need to go back, you're welcome to go ahead and just stay, or if you want to go ahead and leave and celebrate, by all means. You're welcome. Thank you, sweetheart. Bye, guys.
Bye, thank you.
All right, we'll continue with employee introductions. First, we have public affairs.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to introduce Ms. Kanan Gibbons. She's our new Marketing and Communications Specialist. She started with us in September, and so she will be running our social media, helping with the Schertz magazine, doing our weekly newsletters, and out taking pictures and videos in the community, so you'll see her around. She was born in Lubbock, Texas, and graduated from Seminole High School. She graduated with her bachelor's in marketing from Hardin-Simmons University, and she's now working on her MBA at Texas Tech. She recently moved to San Antonio from West Texas. She has 3 older siblings, and she just adopted a dog when she moved here named Harley. She was an elite gymnast for 13 years, and she went to college for tennis. And then she decided to be a cheerleader at Hardin-Simmons. She loves spending time with her family, her dog, and her friends. So, it's Kanan.
Hi everyone, I just wanted to thank y'all for the opportunity and allowing me to work here in the city of Schertz. I've had the best time so far. I mean, it's only been a month, but I mean, fingers crossed it's gonna last. And yeah, I'm just excited to continue working with everybody in the community and in the other departments, so thank y'all.
Well, welcome to our team. Next, we have the police department.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My privilege tonight to introduce our newest patrol officer, Matthew DeLeon. Matthew joined us back in July. He's actually almost finished with the FTO program. A little background on him: he graduated from Judson High School in 2010, went to Northeast Lakeview College, joined a Police Explorers program, and then in 2014 he joined the ACOG Police Academy. Right out of the academy in 2016, he started with the Pleasanton Police Department, worked there for a few years, decided he wanted to get back closer to home as he grew up in Universal City, and he came here to the fine city of Schertz. He's married, has 2 kids. In his spare time, he likes traveling to concerts, spending time in the gym, and going to the movies. While he was in Pleasanton, he got his intermediate license, was certified as a field training officer for them, and was actually Officer of the Year and Employee of the Year in 2021, correct? Correct. So we're lucky to have him. He's been doing great so far. I had the privilege of working with him for a month when he started training on my shift, and we're glad to have him.
Mike's all yours.
Just want to say thank you for letting me be here.
Well, welcome to our team. Next, we have Public Works, the Fleet Department.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Dr. Brown, excuse me. I'm introducing to you guys Mr. Alberto Maldonado. AJ was what we call him in the shop, is 25 years old. He was raised in Atascosa, Texas. Throughout high school, he played baseball, and that's where he is also working on vehicles, and which is he developed a passion for actually being a mechanic and working on vehicles. After he graduated in 2016, I mean, it's a shocker, he actually completed his associate's degree in diesel technology. Some fun facts about AJ here is, he is the youngest guy in the shop. And the shop, since he started on April 25th, he has completed a total of 316 work orders in our system. He is also, his middle name is Hustle, so in the shop, he has 2 nicknames. We call him Mijo, which is son, and also we do call him AJ. But then again, his counter to that is he calls me and our supervisor, he calls me Pappy. So, yes. AJ is actually, when I found out, I was pretty surprised. He is an expectant father of twins in February of 2023. That kind of hit home for me because I also have twin girls, so good luck. And in his spare time, he loves playing softball league, and he's in also a softball league with his father. So I turn it over to AJ.
AJ.
Thank you, Council, for letting me start off being a temp and now working for the city. I really appreciate it, and thank you very much.
Welcome to our team, AJ.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Public Works, Water Department.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Dr. Brown. Today, I would like to introduce y'all to Adam Rodriguez. He's become a great asset to the water wastewater team. He's one of his first jobs actually was operating equipment, and that's one of the assets that he's brought with him to the city. When he's not working, though, he enjoys playing airsoft with his friends and watching the Denver Broncos. He also enjoys spending time with his wife and their 2 dogs.
I just want to say I appreciate the opportunity that y'all allow me, and I've lived in Schertz my whole life, so I love Schertz. So, thank you.
Awesome. Welcome to our team. We'll move on to city events and announcements. Announcements of upcoming events. Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This Saturday, October 15th, there are 2 events going on. Number 1 will be the Love Where You Live event. That is from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. in the Aviation Heights neighborhood. There will be a sign-in at the First Baptist Church on 600 Arrow Avenue. The second event is going to be the 2nd annual Schertz Historical Preservation Committee Car Show, and that will be from 9 a.m. to noon at Pickerel Park. On Friday, October 21st, City Council will be having a workshop in the council chambers from 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. And then that weekend, which is October 21st through the 23rd, is going to be the Skylight Balloon Fest. It will be at 16765 Lookout Road in Selma. Events will be going on Friday, October 21st from 5 to 9, Saturday, October 22nd from 12:45 to 4:45 p.m., and in the evening that same day, 7:30 to 11:30, or maybe that's on Sunday, I apologize. Complete information can be found at skylightballoonfest.com. On Monday, October 24th, early voting for the November 8th, 2022 general election begins and runs through Friday, November 4th, 2022. Please check the city's website for location, dates, and times. And then finally, on Tuesday, October 25th, we will be back here for the next regularly scheduled city council meeting at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Announcements and recognitions by our city manager, Dr. Brown.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have a couple tonight. First, I'd like to recognize Sarah Gonzalez and Jessica Kurz for all the work that they did on the Emerging Leaders Program. I want to thank them. They really ran with that ball, organized, and executed it, so thank you all very much. Also, would like to recognize the Planning Department for their proclamation this week. They do a fantastic job for the city, as does the Fire Department, protecting all of us, and both those departments are just worthy of recognition, and we appreciate everything they do. That's all, Mayor.
All right. Announcements and recognitions by the mayor, I have none, so we'll move on to the hearing of residents. This time is set aside for any person who wishes to address the city council. Each person is limited to 3 minutes, and we ask before addressing the council, for the record, please state your name and address. No one signed up for the hearing of residents, so we'll move on to consent agenda items. Consent agenda items are considered self-explanatory, and information packets are provided to council and available for public viewing. These items require no separate discussion unless requested by council. Item number 1, the approval of the minutes of our special meeting on September 26, 2022, and the minutes of our regular meeting on September 27, 2022. Item number 2, ordinance number 22S36. An ordinance by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, amending the official zoning map by rezoning approximately 20 acres of land to Planned Development District, PDD, a portion of the parcel identification number 67955, approximately 4.2 acres, located southeast of Archer Pass and Wickler Trail, a portion of parcel identification number 67955, approximately 4.5 acres of land located 1,100 feet southeast of Archer Pass and Wickler Trail, a portion of parcel identification number 112888, approximately 11 acres of land located 2,900 feet southeast of the intersection of Homestead Parkway and Hartley Square, City of Schertz, Guadalupe County, Texas. This is our final reading. Item number 3 has been pulled out. We will read that later. So we'll move on to item number 4. Resolution number 22R99. A resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, updating the fee schedule for FY 2022-23 to waive certain fees within the Main Street Empowerment Zone and other matters in connection therewith. Item number 5, resolution number 22R102. A resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing a subdivision improvement reimbursement and capital recovery offset agreements with Schertz 1518 LTD and other matters in connection therewith. Council, do any of these items need to be pulled? Is there a motion to approve consent agenda items 1, 2, 4, and 5?
Second.
We have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward and second by Councilmember Dalla. Any other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
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 We have 6 ayes, no objection, motion passes. Item number 3 will be read after item number 6 because they're in conjunction with number 7. So we'll move on to discussion items. Item number 6, resolution number 22R118. A resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, adopting a policy regarding the creation of a public improvement district, PIDS, P-I-D-S, and related matters in connection therewith. Mr. James, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. The item before you is to approve a policy regarding the use of PIDs. PIDs are public improvement districts. Essentially, they're an economic development tool. What they do is a geographic area is designated as a PID, and an additional assessment, kind of like a tax, is established for that property. That additional assessment is then used to fund infrastructure used by those properties within the PID. So, for example, water lines, sewer lines, roads are what are used by the PID. What staff has done is we've worked up a policy to guide the use of those for City Council. We've had a number of property owners come to the city about developing in Schertz, and again, the cost of developing is fairly significant. And they've looked to a number of different tools. As the staff report referenced, 2 of those are PIDs, Public Improvement Districts, and TERS is a tax increment reinvestment zone. The policy we have before you tonight is just for PIDs. Again, TERS is essentially take part of the tax revenue that would come to the city and it channels it to the property. And so we're not ready for a policy on that yet. But what you have before you is the policy for PIDs. And really what we cover is a number of different things within that policy. Talks about what's required for our property owners to submit. And part of it is they have to put up a certain amount of money and pay for a certain amount of study and analysis to be done on that. It just becomes problematic for everybody to walk in and say, oh, we want to do a PID on it. Staff spends a bunch of time and energy and it's not viable. Because we want to make sure that it's viable. We don't want that additional tax revenue to be an additional burden. And so again, to be clear, this isn't approving a PID on a particular piece of property. This is really just passing that policy so that as we have a request that comes in, we can point them to this policy and say, this is how we're going to evaluate it, this is what you need to provide us in terms of a submittal for us to review it, and then if it moves forward, it'll provide a guide to council on evaluating that going forward. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. James. All right, Councilmember Whitaker.
It's amazing how he sees me, didn't even look. That was tricky. I had two questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So if a PID is filed, is it typical for a PID to be filed by a developer or by, what's the entity that is requesting a PID?
So typically what will have happen, the typical scenario is, in my experience, is the property is owned by somebody who's maybe owned it for a period of time, say someone who's farmed the property, owned it for a number of years. They're approached by a developer who puts an option contract on the property and says, I'm interested in developing it, but I need an option for 9 months. I need to do a couple things. I need to make sure I can get the zoning I need. I need to make sure that it's viable to develop it. I can afford the infrastructure. And potentially, I need to find out if I can get a PID on it. And that's often how these things will work. And so what you'll get is the developer, on behalf of the property owner, submitting this to run through. So now, we do have properties that are owned by folks who want to develop it themselves, a development entity, a group like that, but typically what we see is it's owned by somebody who's owned it for a while, they're approached by a developer then on their behalf runs it through the process. So for example, on the zoning case we have later tonight, that property is owned by the property owner. They have it, as I understand, an option, have it under contract with the developer. That developer, with that property owner's approval, has run that zoning application through as part of it. So that's typically how it would work. And so again, the developer could pull out and say, this deal just doesn't work for me, or the property owner could say, I'm not so sure I want to do this, even though we have a contract, and could pull out.
Okay, so with that, if it's that's kind of what I was getting at, because part of it talks about that the residents would have a vote on whether or not they want to approve the PID.
Yeah.
I can't remember where that seems a little pointless if there's no residents there at the time.
There can be. So again, you can do a couple things with PIDs, and this is how we would assume it would operate. In the context that you're likely to see, what we anticipate is it's a vacant tract of land, or maybe there's a house on it, but the folks who live in that house are planning to move out when the sale closes. And so what we're trying to get across here is that if there are residents on it, they would have a vote on it. Now, you can create a PID for a larger area and say, rather than just include this property, we'll include these properties here as well. For example, I believe at one point in the time we considered or offered up to the residents of Northcliffe creating a PID to fund and purchase the golf course. And that's where really those residents would come in and say, do we want to do this or not? My assumption, having worked here for a while, is that council would not be inclined to impose or create a PID on land owned by someone who doesn't want the PID created on their property. You're not inclined to charge this person an additional assessment. So while that's laid out in the policy to cover it, what we anticipate is it's a willing property owner who wants to create a PID on their property. But again, as you make changes to a PID and the standards, then the property owners within there can vote. And I will say this, often PIDs are created with single-family residential development as a large component of it, because again, the way these typically works is the developer comes in, creates the PID, as it notes. They will then issue debt based on that PID, and then that assessment is paid over time, say 20 years, by the property owner. And so often what happens is the developer then sells that property, and so the person who's really paying the additional assessment is a future owner. And again, that's disclosed when they make the purchase. You can certainly been approached by some that are not as much residential, but then again, it doesn't always make as much sense to do a PID in that case, if that makes sense. So that's why the language is in there.
Okay, so in most cases, it's put forth before the development is put in place, which makes sense because you need to know if you have enough money, if you're going to have enough money to fund some of those things.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I think it did discuss that it was required to be disclosed to anyone purchasing
That's right.
a property there. And then is that something that is normally found on like the appraisal district under the tax, like the different entities that tax you, or is that not located there?
I don't know if it's located there. I would have to, I can go back and find that out for you if it's located on the appraisal district website. I don't know. I can't speak to that for sure.
Yeah, just having experience with people buying properties, they don't tend to read a lot of paperwork. So I'm just trying to figure out where's the easiest place to
City
find
attorney may want to chime in to help me out on this one.
It should be on there as an assessment.
Okay.
in the appraisal district? Okay, perfect. So that was my first question. Thank you for your thorough discussion there. The second question was, in section 8, there it says the max assessment is blank per $100 valuation. Why is that blank? How does that work?
Let me see what we've got. So here's why we left it blank. So one of the things that we were concerned about in creating the PID, and somebody walk in and say, hey, we want to create a PID, we think this is a way to fund infrastructure, we're concerned about the assessment being too large. And so what you'll notice is we make mention, and sorry this wasn't clear, is may not exceed, the initial maximum assessment per $100 valuation at the time of assessment levy, when added to the total, city, county, school, et cetera, tax rate, may not exceed the maximum tax rate, including any PID assessments prevailing in Bexar County, Guadalupe County, or Comal County. And so what we didn't want to do is charge so much in an assessment that we kind of price ourselves out of the market. So as residents who live in Bexar County know, they pay a higher tax rate than residents in Guadalupe and Comal. And so that was really left blank with the concept there to be, we don't want to assess at such a high level that we sit there and go, well, who's ever going to buy property in there because it's charging so much as an assessment? But we didn't necessarily want to set an exact amount today because of how tax rates may change and fluctuate. So that was the concept. So again, if you want to pass this tonight, we can do it and go back and we can modify that language to make it more clear. But that was the concept there, is we didn't want to price ourselves out.
Yeah, so that makes sense. So the part that you just read, I guess I missed that, but so you're saying it can't be more than a neighboring, so I don't know, the way I took that is that basically people who live in Schertz, Bexar County couldn't have a PID because they are the most expensive.
Our concern, so let me say this. What we didn't want to do is price ourselves out relative to another city. And so San Antonio obviously is the big city in Bexar County with their tax rate. So again, if we were doing a PID for, say, a commercial development, what we didn't want to do is look at our assessment compared to what a similar property in San Antonio would pay in Bexar County. So it's going to fluctuate based on the county you're in and the municipality you're in. So it's not necessarily a hard, fast number, because inherently, if you're in, say, Comal County, and we level this PID, that assessment is going to drive your overall payment higher than a neighboring community that's in that county that's not being assessed, that's in Schertz. And so what we were really trying to do, and I can see how it's not clear, is look at those other communities or properties in other cities and making sure that all other things being equal, we're not pricing ourselves out of the market. So we can certainly go back and tweak that, but that's the concept that we were trying to get at.
Yeah, I mean, I like the concept. Yeah, I don't think that it was clear, and I wouldn't know how to, it's
So we can certainly go back and modify that. Again, if you want to table it, we can go back and tweak the language. If you want to approve it with that change, we can come back and modify the language and lay out that concept better.
Okay, that's all I had.
Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, a couple things. PIDs are a high interest item with the state over the last couple of years because of the lack of disclosure. So in reference to Councilwoman Whitaker there, they've come out with a requirement to disclose the existence of a PID to all purchasers. So that's now a regulatory item. It's not a what if. And I like the idea of keeping the amount open because it's going to change. You know, one development might only need a whatever 0.01, where another one might meet a 0.1 to meet their needs. You know, I've seen PIDs around here. For example, Meyer Ranch up in New Braunfels is very expensive, and before there was a requirement to disclose, a lot of people purchased up there and then found out, oh my gosh, there's another mill on top of this. You know, and you know, that causes a lot of financial instability or surprise rather. But yeah, because this is a policy, this is not a specific program for a specific development or project. I like the idea of building it so that it's a little bit general and a little bit flexible to work with the developers in the future. You know, again, they have a couple of ways to fund a PID themselves. They can either be direct reimbursement through the bonds, or they can do a long-term thing. But yes, it does have to go through the county appraisal district. It has to be published, and the appraisal district will be the collector. The county tax assessor and collector will be responsible for that. Again, a lot of that has come out of the legislature over the last few years, so there is protection for the consumer at the end of the day. So I'm not too concerned about that part because it's there. But I like what I read here. It gives us a lot of flexibility as a city to work with projects that come in, especially maybe a little bit bigger project that is going to cost a little bit more to get going. We have some of that land out there that doesn't have anything, and there's a lot of expense to get that development going. So I think it's a great tool to have in the tool bag to use in having a little bit of generality in our policy. Again, this is not a specific project. A little bit of generality and flexibility, I think, gives us a little bit more power to work with in the future. I think it's a good job. Thank you.
Councilmember Dolan.
I'll just echo what Councilmember Brown was saying, that this is a policy. I think it's, we first tasked staff with this almost a year ago, and looks like we got some good work here, and thank you guys for the effort on that, and hopefully Adrian can take this and do something with it.
Council, any other comments? No, thank you for working on this. It is an excellent start so that we can work on that, especially north of 35. It gives us that opportunity. We become a little more competitive to try to get something here.
Yes, sir.
But with that, is there a motion to approve resolution number 22R118?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilmember Brown and second by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward. Any other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
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 We have 6 ayes, no objection, motion passes. All right, we're going back to item number 3, but before I read the ordinance, please note for the record, Councilmember Dalla is stepping down from the dais. Councilmember Dalla is the owner of the property in question and has signed an affidavit regarding the conflict of interest. So we'll go ahead and read item number 3. It was a consent agenda item. Resolution number 22R119. A resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing a cooperation agreement with the Texas Home Collaborative and other matters in connection therewith. Council, any questions? Is there a motion to approve resolution number 22R119?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilmember Brown and second by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward. Any other comments? No other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
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 We have 5 ayes, no objection. Motion passes. So we'll move on to item number 7. Once again, this is in reference to Councilmember Dalla's property, and he has signed a affidavit regarding the conflict of interest. And that is ordinance number 22S41. It is also a public hearing. An ordinance by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, amending the official zoning map by rezoning approximately 15 acres of land to Planned Development District, PDD, located 2,200 feet southeast of the intersection of Lower Seguin Road and FM 1518, also known as Bexar County Property Identification Numbers 309-997 and 309-999, Bexar County, Texas. This is our first reading. Mr. James?
Thank you, Mayor. As the caption notes, what you have before you is a rezoning for this piece of property located on FM 1518. You can see it's across from the Crossvine development, Lower Seguin Road. It was generally up in this area. You can kind of see it clipping here. It's about 15 acres. The property owner is wanting to rezone the property essentially to a planned development district to allow for multifamily, to allow for apartments. What you have is the public hearing notice map. Now, a couple things I'll point out is, as you know, we notice everyone within 200 feet, regardless of whether they're in the city or whether they're not in the city. But again, we have a requirement that if the owners of more than 20% of the property tell us they're opposed to it, then it triggers the supermajority at council. And so we have this map, but then we modify it for the purpose. In this case, we did get a number of property owners in opposition to it, but really what we got is one of the larger property owners in the city around that triggered that supermajority. And so what that means is we need 3/4 of council. Now again, this is a little confusing because we have a vacancy on council. We have Councilman Dolly who recused himself from it. So essentially what we have are 5 council members voting. That means we need 4 council members to vote in favor of it for the item to be approved. So again, included in this, so again, what we often get are folks outside the notice area who tell us how they feel, which is great, useful to have. It doesn't go to the petition. And I will say this, as you can see the information above in terms of the 17 responses opposed, the 1 opposed, the 1 undecided. This is not uncommon when we have a different kind of land use than the land use that's out there. This is sort of what we typically see, frankly, with apartment complexes. But staff will kind of walk through and provide a bit of an overview. So staff is recommending approval of this as conditioned in the staff report. The property is located on FM 1518. Which is a large arterial. Again, you may recall from the discussion we had at the last meeting, some of the residents saying, hey, wouldn't an apartment complex be better if it were located on our major roadway? Well, this one is in fact located on a major roadway in terms of FM 1518. And so it's well suited to that. The other thing, and again, I've mentioned this at times, is at times with apartment complexes, to be blunt, when we have a zoning case, if there aren't any residents who live around it, we don't tend to get a lot of opposition with it. As you may recall, the item that you approved earlier tonight for Homestead technically was a rezoning to multifamily. We didn't have a lot of opposition to it because there aren't very many people who live around it. You may recall on Homestead that the tract between the single-family development and IH-35 is zoned to allow multifamily. That was put in on the front end, and so again, people tend to come and expect it. Now, I will say this, that's not to say that people, when they move in, don't realize that zoning is there. We just had a conversation about folks not knowing when they buy, and so, for example, here's one of the issues, and it's interesting because I'll point out, we got a fair amount of opposition from folks here. This piece of property in the Crossvine is zoned to allow multifamily. They mentioned tonight at the TERS board they are working with a developer and coming forward with a multifamily product. And so that's one of the things just to keep in mind, and that's not to minimize the concerns that residents may have, that's not to invalidate them anyway, it's just to sort of keep in mind this is often something that we struggle with. We struggle because it's a different kind of land use than's there today. But in looking through the Schertz strategic plan, one of the things we want to be as a community is we want to be sustainable. We want to be a community that's healthy and vibrant and financially sound, not only today and not only 10 years from now, but 50 years from now and probably 100 years from now, even though we don't think that way. And part of what that means is we need a mix of different housing types. And so we have seen housing change over the decades as we all kind of think back to what people want. One of the things that we hear a lot from folks now are, Schertz is a great place to come in and raise a family. It's a really great place. I can buy a single-family detached house. It works very well for me. But one of the challenges I get is as my kids move on and they don't live at home, that's a lot of yard to take care of, and I need to downsize or I need something different. You may recall that we have complaints with pit pads, for example. One of those things is we need people who are coming to train at Randolph. They need shorter term housing. There's not a lot in the area, so we get a number of folks living within a neighborhood to find a solution for that. One of the reasons is because we don't have a lot of multifamily. And so the request that as staff evaluated today, a couple things that we looked at. One is we looked at the future land use plan, and in fact, council did an amendment to the future land use plan to say, yeah, this would be appropriate. Our vision for this area today includes those denser uses. Again, as I noted, Crossvine has multifamily, a large area of commercial up here, and this fits within that vision going forward. So from a compatibility standpoint, we think it's perfectly fine. Again, you'll notice that as you walk out of here and you look across the street and you look down either way, there's multifamily across Schertz Parkway from where we are today, right within the single-family neighborhood that's been there for years. If you go look across from Clemens High School, backing up to a neighborhood, again, across Eckert is a multifamily complex. And so again, Schertz Parkway, Elbel are smaller roads than FM 1518 is going to be. So again, it provides that buffer. But again, typically even being closer isn't terribly problematic. The other thing that we look at is council has talked about the need for a diversity of housing types. If you think back how long it's been since we've had a multifamily apartment complex built in Schertz, I think when I first got here 10 years ago, Merritt Lakeside was under development, and that's really the last one that we've had. So we've gone almost 10 years with it, and we've run into these challenges before. So from a land use standpoint, staff feels comfortable recommending approval of it. The other thing, though, that we look at are impact on infrastructure. And so I will say this, that we hear, not just in this case, but in other cases when development's coming in, people lament the condition of the roads and the condition of the water line and condition of the sewer line. And so as council knows, you've allocated more than $10 million to build the Woman-Hollering Creek trunk line up from the new South Schertz plant that CCMA owns, that we're funding as well, to bring in and take the Crossvine off the current batch plant that's nearing its limits to provide sustainable sewer service going forward. That's anticipated to be done in the first half of next year. It'll be done in time by the time this complex is built. It's well underway now. And again, the developer can't start creating sewage till they have a solution for that because they don't have a connection. The other thing that we hear is the road construction issue. And again, as you know, council has approved and our voters have approved money to go to FM 1518. And that's going to be let this in the near future to start on construction. Again, I will say this, as we know here in Schertz, we get notices about I-10 construction. We get notices about IH-35 construction. Soon we'll be getting notices about FM 1518 construction and FM 1103 construction. That's just inherently part of it. So the funding is available to make the improvements. TxDOT is handling that for us, and that road will be improved. I would be surprised that we have too long of a gap that we're dealing with between the multifamily coming online and FM 1518 being improved. The other thing that we heard, and this frankly was part of staff's motivation that we factored in, is we heard folks say just recently, well, what about Lower Seguin Road? That's not been improved. That's a bit of a mess too, and we would agree with that. It's one of our higher priorities. Earlier on tonight's agenda, you approved an agreement with the developer of the crossline by mid-2024, and at one point it seems that's a long way out. But again, I started here in 2012, and it seems like yesterday in a way, to fund the improvements for Lower Seguin Road generally to this point. The developer will take that on. They will construct the full width, generally from the edge of their property all the way down to the Lower Seguin. And the engineering staff at the city and the developer of the crossline are working with TxDOT to coordinate that full intersection improvement in so that we don't get Lower Seguin Road on either side not built the way it needs to be. It's to get it all in one fell swoop. That's helpful for the city because now we can focus our attention on how do we build the section further to the west. But I will tell you this, having worked in fast-growing communities and talking to my peers in fast-growing communities in the state of Texas, infrastructure doesn't come in ahead of development. It takes that development to come in to trigger the need. It takes that development and that traffic to raise it up as a priority to get funding for it. I would say we've been fairly successful with that, working with TxDOT, working with the Alamo Area Metropolitan Planning Organization to get funding. The other thing that we've heard about is the public safety response time, and as council knows, this is fire station number 3. We have a location in this area. We have pretty good response time. I think that a couple of things we're doing. Council has approved, the bond has been approved for Fire Station 4. That'll help take some of the weight off. And then the other thing is really the police department. And I'll say this that I've talked about quite a bit. One of the things that council did this year is established a tax rate to allow the city to post 24 new positions for the city of Schertz. And so again, do we need additional police officer? Yes. Do we need additional building inspectors? Yes. But all of that, to pay for it, you need development to come in. And so again, I would say that council has made steps to provide for the public safety response with that. It's a little bit of a timing issue, but again, we had 24 new positions this year. One of the things that we'll be talking about with our workshop in a couple weeks is where we are relative to the staffing study, which department need positions going forward, and that helps us from there. So now there certainly are reasons to be concerned and maybe not support this. A little bit the timing of that infrastructure, a little bit with the impact for the residents adjacent. So you can say we don't have the road developed yet, so it's not the right time. We don't have those officers in place yet, but again, typically it lags. The challenge that we found in Schertz is I cannot recall a time where we've had a majority of residents stand up and say, we want multifamily, we're in support of it. What you either get is kind of nobody shows up because there's nobody around it, or we get opposition. So again, we've had that in Northcliffe. We had that at 35 and 482. We had that on FM 3009 for a variety of reasons. And so it's always a challenge to come forward, but essentially with that, staff is recommending approval of it. As with most of the PDDs, we see they've modified the development standards, but again, I would say that's in part because our standards are older. They don't know parking and things like that, and they don't always fit the property in question. So staff is recommending approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. James. I see the developers here. Do you have any comments? Do you want to add any comments? No? Okay. Okay. All right. This item is on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the council in reference to this subject? Please come up to the mic. Please state your name and address. You are limited to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Pugh, and I live at 8914 Sage Stem. And I know this is going to probably get approved anyway, but my concern is, I think the developer said that there were going to be like 1.6 parking spaces for each apartment. Am I correct? Okay. Okay, so if there's going to be like 1 to 4 bedrooms, if you have a 2, 3, or 4 bedrooms, you can guarantee that you're going to have more than one person in those apartments with the car.
Could you speak into the mic
Okay,
so we
I'm
can hear
sorry.
you?
So there's going to be like more than one car for those apartments. And if you're going to only have 1.6, I don't know what the 0.6 is for, but where those other cars are going to park? Are they going to come out the complex and park on Longleaf Parkway at Crossvine? Or what? Is there some contingency to help with that?
Oh, we won't answer any questions at this time. We're just hearing your comments, and we'll
Okay.
probably try to address all those different items
Okay,
later
because
on.
I'm just concerned that they're going to be, you know, cars are going to be parking along there, and that's like right where our house is.
Okay.
I know this is going to go ahead anyway, but I just have that concern.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council in reference to this subject?
Hi, thank you. My name is Todd Vishen, 8926 Green Grant. And one of the things that just continues to concern me is the timing for the infrastructure. As Mr. James said, you wouldn't be surprised if there's too long of a gap between when the apartment is finished and when the construction is done. I talked to TxDOT today. Their website updated today says the estimated completion date for that project on 1518 is TBD, to be determined. And on the map, it says construction to begin in 5 to 10 years. So there's a lot of confusion for people who aren't working this on a daily basis, what the schedule is for the infrastructure that really will make this, I think, a viable project, given all of the stuff that the residents are concerned about. And so, as was stated, 90% of the people who are interested in this are against it. I think that's something that needs to be taken into account. And then the public comment, you know, it's comment. I would just encourage, maybe there's a way to get public discussion rather than public comment, because when the staff comes in and recommends, I mean, they're the experts. If they recommend, I'd be surprised if you voted against this, but the public can only kind of observe this. And I think that might lead to some of this concern he has, where people are unaware, or if they are aware, they're against it, because it's really, there's no opportunity, or at least not an easy opportunity, the public to discuss it before it's to the point where it's given to you for a decision that's well thought out. Thank you.
Robert Marks, 122-334 Bach Drive. I brought notes so I don't ramble. I'm not against this project being in Schertz. Obviously, we do need it. But the location of it confuses a lot of folks, including myself, only because of the area isn't built up as much to support lower income families. You know, we don't have grocery stores. We have a Dollar General, of course, but there's no public transportation, anything like that. For a low-income family, say, they don't have the means to fix their car if it goes down, or gas money or so to go grocery shopping, to and from work, you know, the daily grind. The other one is the possible response time might get raised for emergencies. With the fire department and doing the construction along 1518, that's going to cause a lot of congestion due to the population growing there, like rapidly. I know in my neighborhood alone, the plots get sold even before the house goes up, and as soon as they're done, families are moving in, so it grows pretty quickly. Also, I was told, and I read somewhere, about the widening of 1518 should be done around the same time as the development being complete. I've been in construction before, and I know weather plays a big part in that to completion. So I know a road would take longer if the weather, you know, permits it from finishing on time. And the building, you can work inside as soon as the structure goes up when whatever the weather is. So the worry about that is people moving in there, 1518 is not done, still under construction, and then you got so many people congested into one spot. So those are my big issues with that. It's just the placing of it, the timing of it, just doesn't make sense to myself, of course, and then a couple of the residents I live around that have brought it to my attention. So, thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address the council?
Howdy, Council. I am one of the residents at the property in question. I did want to bring up that this...
Name and address, please.
Sorry, this has been under discussion and brought up through planning and zoning, brought to you guys before.
Before you get started, I didn't get your name and address still.
Aubrey Dalla, I live at 9120 East FM 1518 North, the property.
Thank you.
This project has been under discussion for quite a bit of time, since January. There's been planning and zoning meetings. We've brought this to before council before. It is passed every single time it has come before you guys before. So this just is continuing the process that is already been shown to a history of what you guys have already voted on before and what planning and zoning. We had a unanimous recommendation from planning and zoning regarding this. And in regards to timing and infrastructure, things like that, Crossvine has 2 apartment plans already in their master plan. They have had apartments in their master plan for several years now. So apartments are in the area. The section on Lower Seguin Road, which is one of the sections where, according to their master plan, apartments or at least multifamily buildings are going to be, that's been in the works for a while, and that spot's already starting to be developed. So if it's not apartments going into our little piece, it'll be apartments going right there. And once again, they're already tilling the land, getting stuff. There's already plots that are already sold in those multifamily houses that are, and they're not even built yet. Plots are already marked as sold, and there's nothing there. So if that's already being sold before there's even anything there, there's going to be people coming in there. There shouldn't be that much of a difference between apartments already going in that have been in the works for years and something just coming in now. I'm sure everybody's upset about the timing. We can't control the timing. However, we can't control what we do with the place. It has been rezoned for mixed usage. So if we don't change it to to be able to have the apartments, then we can put a multi-use just about anything else there. So it's kind of up to the residents as to whether or not they want apartments there, or if they want commercial across the street from their yard. I know they're really used to having the cows, but it's not their property. It's not their cows. It's not up for them to decide what we do with the place. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Annika Dalla. I currently live at 9120 East FM 1518 North, or the current address that is being discussed in tonight's hearing. At other hearings that have been held discussing my property, residents have brought up how beautiful our cows are to look at, which to I agree. Our very handsome longhorn bull, his name's Lucas, has produced us some very cute calves. However, cows have a tendency to be smarter for their own good and decide that the grass is greener on the other side and get out onto the road from time to time. This is a public safety hazard. With the current speed of FM 1518 at 55 miles per hour, if someone were to hit one of our cows, which weigh about anywhere between 800 and 1,300 pounds, it would not only cost the life of our cow, but it would more importantly cost the life of the driver and passengers in the vehicle. I would like the opportunity to share the farming experience with friends, family, and the public for my cows and the safety of those driving in a safer place. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Dr. Brown. My name is Wayne Asherbrenner. I live at 1200 North Old Bastrop Road, San Marcos, Texas. If y'all want to fish, come on up and see me sometime. First off, when we started this project quite some time ago, and by the way, I'm the broker that's handling the sale of this property. When we started this project quite some time ago, we reached out to the late Chris Price, who was a trailblazer in southern Schertz and did a lot of great things down there. And we wanted to make sure that Chris felt comfortable with this project, the developer, and we went through a lot to get that and explain to him what was going on. There's been exhaustive meetings throughout the last several months, and brave Councilwoman Whitaker even held a public meeting down there to allow public comments and discussion. So this process has not come together last minute. There's been plenty of opportunity for discussion and welcomed by this council and this community. So I feel bad that somebody feels they may have been left out of the process. The good news is Schertz is growing in this area. The infrastructure is growing. This property is not a low-income housing, which I heard it referred to. It's workforce housing. And there is an extreme definition between low-income housing, or Section 8 housing, as some people might refer to it, versus workforce housing. And we've gone over those definitions time and time again. This is an excellent project. The timing is good. It may be a little off, but be honest with you, I work in development all the time, and you don't get it this close together in a timing perspective. Last comment, thank you so much for the bid.
Hi, Council. My name is Karen Dalla, and I'm the owner of 9120 East M 1518 North. I'd like to remind you that Texas is a property rights state, and that we have the right to sell our property just like anybody else. They have their houses, we have land. There shouldn't be that much of a difference. We've gone through the process and made the process work. We haven't changed anything. We have had experts come in and help us and make things happen. We have talked to the neighbors. I pay attention to a lot of things that happen across the street. We walk in the neighborhood. We ride our bikes with our dogs in the neighborhood. Making this land affordable housing is the way to go. We are on the edge of South Schertz for the town home, for the town square. We need to be able to put the amenities in that are just a little above us. We need that. I've heard people time and time again that live in Crossvine say, we moved to Crossvine because we heard the amenities were coming. They didn't buy just because it was a great place. Yes, Crossvine is a beautiful place. I should know. I helped in some of the planning. I got to have the opportunity to meet Chris Price and be part of that. Please, let us go from pre to PDD. so that we can get on with our lives and I have the opportunity to build a retirement that I so desperately would like to have. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address the council? Please step up.
Hello, good evening. My name is Angela Schertz. I live at 8910 Sage Stem beside the PU family, and the property is directly behind my house. Recently, due to the planning stages, I guess, of what's going to happen with the road, we currently have great big electrical poles that are pretty ugly to me, but sorry, I have never done this before, so I'm a little nervous. I felt I should say my piece. As for the multifamily homes that are going to be built on the corner of Lower Seguin and 1518, to my knowledge, they are not low-income families, and they are not affordable housing. They are going to be options for families that can afford that. We are a retired military family, and this is somewhere we chose to live after we moved off of Randolph Air Force Base. Our children have gone to school at Randolph, and our concern is that I'm also used to be a social worker, so I've worked with families who have lived in affordable housing and in low-income housing, and I know issues that happen in those places. Not all families that live there have those issues, but it is a bigger percentage. So our concern is the traffic that is already on 1518 daily. It is backed up in the mornings when school is going on, and it is backed up in the afternoons. Recently, on Friday evening, I left the Crossvine to go to 10, and traffic was backed up from that four-way stop at I-10 in 1518, and it took me 30 minutes just to get to that intersection. So traffic is a huge issue. Adding more people in that designated spot is going to add to the issues of traffic until the road is completed, which will take a while. We are also concerned of the legal aspects that can come up. The police, to my knowledge, are right here. There is a new fire station number 3, but there are no police officers there. So it takes me 15 minutes to get to my house from here without traffic. So police officers that would have to respond are going to take longer than 15 minutes. That's a concern. And we're also concerned that the crime in our area will go up. We already have a lot of people who are on video cameras trying to steal things in our neighborhood currently, and we're concerned that will go up. So, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council, Ms. Whitaker, our rep and our thing. I'm Gerald Baldridge, and I live at 9323 Winding Bloom in the Crossvine. I've heard things about purchasing and building and that sort of thing. We purchased there how that property is. And talking about property rights, yes, I agree folks should have their property rights. However, when we purchased there, we had restrictions that we have to abide by. I just can't do anything with my property. I've had to wait several times having things approved that have to go through a procedure, and we just can't willy-nilly do things with our property. That being said, I'm very concerned with crime. I'm going to say it. I'm very concerned with the crime rate going up. like the lady just previously said, we've seen an escalation of it. I'm also very concerned with those youngsters up there at those two schools, the effect that's going to have. I've seen crime go up in the Northeast District, for example. Some of the middle schools which sit there, those are very impressionable kids at a very impressionable age. What's going to happen with them? And the police response, like the lady just said. That's my main concern with it. I'm not against the people selling their thing. I'm not against extra housing going in, like going in the Crossvine. That's not going to be the lower income housing and the impact on that. And I just wondered, the studies, I'd like to see some, what's the impact some other places when that sort of development goes in? What's the impact on the schools, the crime, and all of that? So I thank you for your time, and I thank everybody else here for listening. Thank you very much, sir. And
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Anybody else want to address the city council? Going once? Going twice? Public hearing is closed. I do have the developer that'd like to say a couple of things, maybe address some of the issues that were brought up.
Thank you very much. I prepared a brief presentation. I'm going to go ahead and move to that real quickly, Brian, if that's okay. Is that this one right here? Oh, that's yours. This one right here? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and be as respectful of your time as possible, so I'm going to move through this quickly, but at any given time, I'm happy to go back and address any of the slides or anything that y'all may wish. For the record, my name is Jason Arechiga, 22603 Impala Bend, San Antonio, Texas. We are the NRP group. We are in partnership with the Schertz Housing Authority on this particular development for much needed, and here comes the kind of catch, right? Is it workforce, affordable, low income? It's kind of all of them, and it's kind of none of them at the same time. It's affordable to me is what a particular person can afford. And, to me, that's usually about a third of the income. That's how HUD describes it. And so what we're doing is more income-based housing, and we're trying to target those who make between 50 and 70% of area median income in this area. And so I'll get to a slide on that and kind of just address the who and what we're trying to do and what it's needed. But I just wanted to go over one more time for the record that the buck does stop with us. With the NRP group, we are guaranteeing this deal. We are the developers, we're the constructors, and we're the managers. We've built over 12,000 units using this type of financing inside the greater Bexar County area. So we, again, manage those units as well. And I'm going to be the first person to tell you that the units are not problem-free. They never are. I mean, but I can guarantee you that we have an extremely good record of keeping track and making sure that we have a zero-tolerance policy of felonies. We have provided for the record too, and to Councilwoman Whitaker and to City Manager James, our resident selection criteria, where unlike a lot of other apartment complexes, the residents that live at ours have to go through a thorough criminal and credit background check. And that's something that we're also working with the Schertz Housing Authority so that we can ensure that if this project were to be passed and built, that it would be something that would be the city could look with pride and say, like, yeah, sure, of course, there's occasionally some evidence of vandalism or a call of this or whatever the case may be, but it is designed to be a community that protects the residents. It's a gated community, and it also has a lot of amenities and services on site to also protect on that too. And I'll get into that in just a moment. I've already gone over, again, our background, where we develop, what we do. So I'll move on. You're familiar with the location. Clearly, this was passed earlier this year. There was a change in land use, and when we changed the land use, we specifically said, even though it's not guaranteed, we simply said that this is what we're doing it for. We are changing this land use to provide these apartments. That's the entire intention, and we've stuck with it. We're working with staff to also do the PDD so that we can make sure that both sides get what they want on the development, and that includes tree save and a variety of other aspects of it. Here's simply the site plan. It's 300 units. It is a mix of 1 and 4 bedroom units. We are parking to a 1:7:2 ratio. That's actually a little higher than what we parked on the other 12,000 units around town, and we have not had any particular parking issues, save for one, and that one is downtown, and that has a parking ratio of 1 per bedroom. That would cause a problem. If you were proposing that today, I wouldn't say that it would. At 172, a lot of the 3 and 4 bedrooms, again, these are for families. We have so many kids, and so we have a lot of families again. I did want to point out one other thing, one service that I'm super proud that I couldn't say last time that we are doing. Our resident service provider, Community Housing Resources, has a program with Toyota where we're now doing multiple trips a week for residents that don't have access to public transportation. So we can pick them up and take them to a grocery store. Toyota has provided us minivans, like about 1 to 2 per property, so that we're able to do that. Elevations was a little bit further along too. Sorry, a little bit grainy quality. We tried to, you can't really see it right here, but it is a good mix of stone and high quality materials that we wanted to pattern a little bit after per the Schertz Housing Authority, per the firehouse that's up the street. So similar stone that we picked, similar patterns of what it looks like. Ultimately, this is the meat of what we are talking about, is who are we serving? And it's simply that above right there, those families that are making those incomes. So again, it's simply teachers, fire, police, HEB, some military. That is who we're essentially trying to serve, and that is who we think, and to some degree, is being priced out of this area. Not just Schertz in general, but from Schertz and Cibolo and Northeast Bexar County. A lot of folks are having a hard time finding homes that are, and even rental homes that are cheap enough to live in and go to what we defined a second ago as what might be affordable. But again, what is affordable to you can be affordable to different people. I'm just simply saying that this is defined as being affordable, at least by HUD standards, Housing and Urban Development, for the residents that are listed above. We also would love to do, I didn't mention this last time either, but it is something to mention, a courtesy officer program where with a reduced rent for a police officer that would live there. I'm on the record saying that I'm happy to do that. We've done that at plenty of other projects. We usually try to do it if there is a particular issue with crime coming up, but we can do it off the get-go too. No problem there. Again, some of the amenities, business center, it doesn't differentiate it. Who it's serving doesn't differentiate the quality from what's being built. The granite countertops and long-term appliances and vinyl plank flooring in the units, and the fact that the middle unit is all going to have elevator-served access, and every unit can be made accessible, ADA accessible. So again, every unit in the corridor building, all the other buildings, first floor units could be made ADA accessible. We could almost make up to 70% of the units in this development if we need to. So it is built for the long term. It is built, knowing that what's coming in the area and knowing that we can identify a diverse population, from those that are disabled to seniors to families with children. And that's where I'll get to the other amenities of the children's activity room, which is what the photo is there on the right. It doesn't look like that anymore because it's frankly got children's stuff all over everything. But laundry facilities and playgrounds as well. We want to make sure that we can keep the kids involved and entertained, and that's done through the resident services as well. We have a Homework First program, an after-school program that's been very successful. We do this, we're committed to do this on this development. We do this on all our family developments across Texas. We've seen a whole letter grade improvement from the kiddos that take advantage of it. So again, super excited about that, and we continue it over the summer as well. I talked last time about visiting the Capitol, and over the summer we did do that. We visited the Capitol. We bussed up a bunch of kids from here in Austin to take them to the Capitol and did a mock legislative session. It was really cool. So that's something that we will do here. Again, there's so many other resident services that are not listed there. Health and wellness screening, veterans benefits, computer training, financial literacy, so many different things that we do. It's not just a bricks and sticks, it's about building a community for the residents as well. And then lastly, as I spoke to the quality of the development, I know that hasn't come up, so I'll just breeze through these. But again, these are developments that are using this same program, this tax credit program. So there's no bait and switch. If we need to see these in San Antonio, I picked ones that are here. We need to take a look at them and pick one here and one in Austin. They are utilizing, again, the same program, so it's going to be built to the same quality. Lastly, I'll simply mention, the last comment I'll make is 1518. Man, if I could predict when it's going to be built, I can't. All I know is that I have the financing that's in place right now, and it does have a timeline. Unfortunately, it does say when this timeline ends and it's 180 days, it goes away. You can apply again, but that doesn't mean that you're going to get it. And when you do get it again, I don't know what interest rates are going to be. I certainly don't know what construction pricing is going to be. I know that I can work to make it happen today. And I know that with the help of the Schertz Housing Authority, that we can make it happen today. And we can build it and start next year and be done in 2 years. I don't know what the future will bring, just like I don't know when 1518 will be built. I just know that it's funded, designed, and is coming, and we're trying to plan along as best we can with that. With that, I don't know if you have any other questions for me. I know our engineer, Ray Tarrin, is here, and our attorney, Ashley Fairmont. Is there any questions?
No, thank you, sir. If you can just be there on the first row, just in case we do have questions. All right. All right. Council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, to me, the biggest concern is the timing with this and the associated infrastructure. So on this particular parcel, you're looking at 2 years before it starts getting populated with move-in residents. Break ground next year, you're looking at about 2 years for construction, and then it would start gaining occupants. 1518 is already funded.
Yep.
We're already doing utility relocation.
We are.
I know there is a slight holdup with some right-of-way yet with the airbase, correct?
There is, but I will say this. We met with TxDOT. TxDOT has an alternate plan for the northern section just south of 78 that they can build, not ideal, if they can't get the right-of-way from Randolph. So they have a plan to move forward. The let date is next July, so July of 23.
So the let date for the 1518 construction
Let date
part
1518
is next
construction.
July.
That's right. That's why we need to move our infrastructure now.
And the anticipated construction time is
It's a
still
number of
TBD?
years to be determined. Yeah. So again, I don't
know we have
doubt-
the ongoing Interstate 10 interchange, but that's moving along rather fast right now.
with that project. Yeah, so let me say this, I don't doubt that this apartment complex will be open and have residents before FM 1518 is done. But I will tell you this, we have a lot of development going on in southern Schertz that will use 1518. So at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting tomorrow night, we have a couple of plats for Graytown Estates moving forward. At the TERS meeting tonight, Crossvine talked through their residential phases that are moving forward. As council knows, we have the Saddlebrook project, we have the Sterling Grove project, and we have the Carmel Ranch project. All of those are projects in southern Schertz that are going to be moving forward. Now, those are single family, and so they'll come on in phases as opposed to one fell swoop. But the other thing I'll point out is that 1518 has a lot of background traffic as well. So if you've been to the other side of I-10 and you've seen the number of houses built there, who all attend school, or generally in Schertz, come down 1518, all the folks that come through. So all I would caution on is that, sure, every development generates more traffic. You get less traffic from a multifamily than typically a single-family unit. Development and growth around us is not stopping. Traffic will get worse regardless of whether this project goes forward. And I would argue the traffic from this project is nominal relative to that additional traffic growth from all of the development around us.
No,
So it's not to say you're wrong, I'm just offering that up.
I'd have to concur. I mean, I used to drive 1518 every day. And now with the 10 interchange, I opted to go to 1604. Now that's getting choked up at the interchange of 1604 and 10 because of the Interstate 10 construction. And there's not good viable options going on the other side now with the 35 upper decks coming. So, I mean, we're surrounded by TxDOT construction that unfortunately is just going to move along at a pace that TxDOT works at to get it done. And you're right, we have development going on everywhere, north, south, and central. So, I mean, it's just going to be hectic for a while, I think.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Whitaker.
Okay, so a couple questions first. More so, I think, for the developer, but can you, as far as okay, so I spoke extensively I've spoken with the developer, I have spoken with residents, and just to clarify, we did offer a town hall earlier in the spring. This is not something that I have taken lightly. It's been a lot of gathering of information over many months. We've had opportunity to discuss with all parties and with residents. So it's a long process to comprehend all of the variables. And I will just say, to start off with, it was a very eye-opening experience at the last council meeting where we listened to 3 hours of resident comments, and most of which were repetitive. So, but there was a lot of interest, and it led to a lot of discussion and some variables that I hadn't really thought about. So coming into this meeting, while clearly there's much less participation by the local residents, it hasn't lessened my interest in making the correct decision on this particular one. What's most important for me is to make sure that I make the decision based on this particular scenario. So so Schertz Housing Authority is going to have the opportunity to use some of the units. For the remaining units that you would place residents, are they required to be employed? Because this is called workforce housing. So is there a requirement for them to have employment, or can they use other income sources to show their income?
They have to have a source of income. So we do have some people for example, that would qualify, that are receiving disability. So for example, seniors that are receiving disability or Social Security, that can be counted as income. However, most of the residents that live are employed, and we do have like a list of that. But just to clarify one thing, the Schertz Housing Authority is a full partner in the deal, so they would have a say effectively on all the resident service selection criteria that we go through. So technically, every unit as well.
Okay. How about occupancy? How do you manage occupancy as far as, you've been approved for your family of 5 in your 3-bedroom unit?
Oh, that.
And, Uncle Joe and Aunt Sue stay indefinitely?
That's a good question. I thought you meant like occupancy, the percentage-wise. So
no, per unit, an approved unit.
We have a limit of how many people per bedroom. It's also on the resident service. That can be changed too, but it will limit how many people can live in a unit. So you're not getting 9 to 10 people living in there, or you're not getting 5 to 6 in a 2-bedroom. That is limited. But as you said, how do you practice it? How do you police it? We do annual inspections, biannual inspections, and then we also go through the units for maintenance and everything. So there is a correction policy for that as well. So we're also checking to see who's living in the units. And as you can know, other people can prepare for that too. They could potentially leave the unit or not be, or have somebody gone for that. So the answer to that question is it's just being vigilant. It's seeing who's living in the unit. It's seeing who's coming and going. It's having an on-site community team and a manager, and it's having video cameras in the common areas as well to see again who's coming and going, who's utilizing it most, and then making sure they stick with the policy. And if they continue to violate it, then they will be non-renewed for, which is a polite way of saying basically evicted and not coming for that, yeah.
Sure. Okay, so on that point, those good segue into my next question about the management. So my understanding is one of your other communities, I think it's in Karn City, but I don't want to speak for sure. Anyway, maybe has some more challenges, and it was suggested that perhaps some of the challenges stem from lack of oversight, perhaps due to smaller management numbers, staff numbers. Do you see, as far as the first of all, how many staff would be on site for a 300-unit?
There would be the overall community manager, the regional manager, who would be that between this site and 1 to 2 others, probably the Arcadian, which is located at 1604 and I-10. There would be 2 assistant managers, there would be 2 leasing specialists, there would be 2 maintenance personnel, and there would probably be 2 other employees as well.
Okay.
So, and those 2 other employees are either rotating between community manager, assistant manager, or leasing specialist. In the beginning, they're normally a leasing specialist as we ramp up, and then they transition more to community managers. The other thing to note on that, as far as community management goes, our regionals and our VP live here in San Antonio. So, and as anybody can contact me, I still get issues from time to time with other developments that I developed a decade ago, and I'll get a time to say, we have an issue in this development. You need to come and meet with the residents and try to solve this issue. So that does happen. It did happen at Karn City. We actually had an issue, especially during, I don't want to use the excuse of COVID. We lost some folks. And transitioning to that, there was a struggle. And that's, again, as I had said earlier, there are occasionally issues that pop up, but we do try to do our best to stay on top of it as best we can. And I do know that the executive director of the Schertz Housing Authority, who is in favor of this deal, also is the executive director of the Karn City Housing Authority. So we have hopefully as best we can, I won't speak for her, but at least addressed her concerns to know that she is very much in favor of this deal.
Okay. And so what would you say, so the on-site manager, at what level is that? Is that like a college graduate? Is it what would they qualify to live here?
Yes. Without getting too into the weeds with the income levels, at the 70%, yes, they will.
Okay. Okay. Some specific questions. So, number one, I'm going to stop numbering because I don't know where I am, but I read all of the residents' comments. So we've got emails, we've got their comment cards from the rezoning. Obviously, I've listened to them over the months. So, and I even tallied the most recent, to see what were their main concerns, and because I feel like it's my job to make sure I look at each one of those and decide with research, is that a valid concern? Is that something that it's just a perception, but it's not really a true reality? And is there anything that we can use data to mitigate, or, So that was one of the reasons I did the town hall months ago, is because I felt like there was a lot of misinformation. I think there still is. I think there is a lot of negative perception just about it. It could be any apartment whatsoever. So, I think Mr. James said very clearly, nobody typically wants to have apartments across from their neighborhood. So that's very typical. But don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so I want to make sure that I sift through all of that and figure out what's really a concern. So when I came down to it, I felt like, I think what we talked about is the impact on infrastructure. So traffic, we just talked about that, but also services in general, so emergency services. We've got the fire department, so we're covered there, but yes, police. And so with any new development, more bodies just mean more calls in general. One of the things I looked at is that, I've kind of run the numbers. So we've approved, I think, over 3,000 units in the southern Schertz area that are on paper approved, haven't been built yet, but they're coming. And they'll come over time because most of them are single family. We do have some of the multifamily in the Crossvine. But that's coming and that's approved, and we're not going to stop that development. So we're looking for that increase, but it is about timing too. And so, Mr. James, when you mentioned 24 new staff members, 24, it's not 24 police officers. I think we got 2 new police officers.
We did.
2
Yes,
police
ma'am.
officers, okay. So we are increasing, but we always feel like we're behind on the police services. And so adding 2 this year was great, but probably still not, you know, going to feel like we have enough. So, sorry to have him sit down. But so what I looked more into was, you know, do these apartment communities get more calls to the police? And so San Antonio has a very nice website where you can look at calls per address within the last 7 days. So I looked at some of your communities: San Juan Square, Gardens at San Juan Square, I think, Emerald Village, Mirabella, Starling, and the one you mentioned, the Markson. So a couple, Emerald Village, I feel like based on what's on paper and what I've seen up there, property values, I evaluated that months ago. Did they decrease after Emerald Village was put in? Because I know there was a lot of pushback when that came into the neighborhood. Market values did not go down in the neighborhoods surrounding that, so I'm not concerned about market value. I live in the Crossvine. I would like to sell my house one day and, you know, not lose money, so I feel like that's not a concern that I have. But certainly, several of those communities had a lot of police calls in the last week. So for the developer, is there something that's happening, let's say, in the San Juan Square, Gardens at San Juan Square? Let me see who else had some. Mirabella had, and it was kind of hard to tell. I mean, I will say they put a dot on like a building, so I'm going to make an assumption that the dot is exactly where that call went to, but when you look through the, they don't give an exact, they give like in the hundreds address, so some of those communities do get a lot of calls. So what can you say about that in those communities, or like what's different about them in Emerald Village, or Mirabella maybe had 1 call?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Mirabella had 1 call, and did Emerald Village have a lot? I don't.
Emerald Village had none. Starling had several, I think, and those San Juan Square and San Juan.
Quite a few, right?
Yes.
Okay, so these, all apartments, whether it's workforce or not, whether it's NRP, whether it's anybody, it doesn't matter. The people who live in the apartments are usually come from the neighborhood, from around, from people that want to live in the neighborhood and people who come there, whether it's community service, whether it's disabled, whether it's people who are receiving disability, doesn't matter. And I don't want to cast aspersions on any particular type of people necessarily, but I will say that San Juan is public housing with Opportunity Home, now it used to be known as Saha. Those residents, when they receive public housing, which this isn't, they can supersede our resident service criteria. So we're not proposing that here. I want to make that clear. When they come in with a resident, they have felonies, and they have a public housing voucher, they can come in and Opportunity Home can say, no, we need a place for them to live, and they're here because it's in partnership with them. We're not doing that with the Schertz Housing Authority. That can be part of the criteria. The other part of the criteria is San Juan Homes is located very close to the southwest part of town, Alazan Courts and Apache Courts, and it's in general, that whole area of San Antonio and Bexar County has a significantly increased crime rate as opposed to the Schertz-Cibolo community. So even if there are residents are not our residents that are having calls on there, we definitely make a concerted effort to do that. The last thing I would like to point out too regarding some of the crime things is that San Antonio had also passed an eviction moratorium, and we're getting out of that right now. That is lifted, so I don't want to go on the record saying that that's still existing. But it was for a while there trying to get some problematic residents that we would have liked to leave. Believe me, we're on top of it, and we have, if it's up to the NRP group and management, there are a lot of circumstances where we would like to say, like, we would like to non-renew or evict for a variety of violations of that. Sometimes that is overridden by our partner, in this case Opportunity Home, and they're doing it within their right. Sometimes it is overridden by city policy, and sometimes it is simply a reflection too of non-residents in the area that are around San Juan apartments on Zasamora, which are not the best part of town necessarily when it comes to crime. So with this one of the requests of the city was that backstop to partner with the Schertz Housing Authority so that they could go in there and say, this is what we will and will not tolerate. And judging from what I've talked to them, and there are representatives today from them, I would feel confident that if there became a situation where there was a particular situation where a resident or visitors of those residents were causing a problem, that we would be able to alleviate that problem either through a non-renewal or through, like I said earlier, a courtesy officer program. We will do whatever it takes to have the safest community. That includes having guards if we need to. For the community. We are very committed to having the safest community for our residents. But as I said, even before when I began my presentation, there's still going to be some calls. You know, I'm actually very pleased that Emerald Village was none and Mirabella was one. I thought there might even be other, sometimes there's even wellness checks, you know, where like, hey, I haven't heard from them. That registers as a call. Yeah. We got in trouble for San Marcos. I said, you had like all these calls. I'm like, well, 2/3 of them were wellness checks. You know, there's a lot of elderly folks living there. So anyway, that's the best answer I can say to that. It's a product of its environment too. This being a product of its environment in the area, you know, if I could predict the future, I really probably wouldn't have this job. I'd be in Vegas. But but I can tell you definitively that I feel very confident that this will be a very safe community with that partnership and with the resident criteria we have in place. Just like Emerald Village, 0 calls. That's on 1604 and Redland Road.
Okay, thank you. So I had a couple more notes I just wanted to.
They're the same one.
So I will say that I think the city of Schertz needs this type of housing. Again, I spoke to Schertz Housing Authority. I thought a statistic that was interesting that people ought to know is that the Schertz Housing Authority has 130 families with voucher in hand, qualified, and no housing available. So that, I think, speaks to the need within our community and the residents within our community. I mean, to be fair, I don't know where they're living right now, but they qualify for a Schertz housing voucher, and so they're either living with someone else, you know, multiple generations in one household. In one case, the director explained that they had to tell 4 families, you know, we just don't have a place for you, and that essentially made them homeless. So I think part of the concern is if we put that there, it doesn't serve necessarily the residents across the street, but it does serve residents of the city of Schertz, and I thought that was important to point out that these are not necessarily people coming from some other community that want to live there, that there is a need in that case. Did you have an addition to that?
Yeah, I would say this, Councilwoman, and don't get me wrong, I've worked in different communities, different situations, and I've always sort of said this, when you get people, you get crime. It's rare that we get vacant fields where we get a lot of crime. You'll get brush fires, occasionally you'll get something, but when we get a Walmart, when we get an HEB, when we get a new industrial business, when we get single-family residential, when we get multifamily and you get people, that's when you tend to get crime. And I think there's something to be said for that's just one of the things we deal with as a community. The other thing I'll point out, and this goes to the need for it, and maybe a little bit of a different perspective, and occasionally where I get up on my soapbox and try not to, I'll remind council that right now you are trying to hire parks maintenance technicians, you're trying to hire drainage workers, you're trying to hire street workers, you're trying to hire permit technicians, all of which make approximately $32,000 a year that we rely on every day, that I get calls from you saying, hey, Brian, we need to get this thing done. This is a big deal, right? We need to make this thing happen. This needs to go off right. And I'm calling an employee and putting faith in them and say, hey, this is really important. And we pay them $15.45 an hour. And when we look at the new median home value in Schertz, they cannot afford to live here. And so we're telling them, hey, you really matter to us. What you do is critical. It keeps us safe. But yet we don't have housing that they can afford to live into. So the only thing I'll say when I get up on my soapbox when we talk about those people who don't make as much, Most of the people who work here at the city of Schertz that I work with and rely make a lot less than me, and they work very hard. If you look at what those folks did, particularly over this summer, when it was so hot, we had so many breaks, so many things that needed to get corrected, that we call out at all times of the day and night and weekend to do stuff. It's hard for me to say it's about how much you make and those kind of people, because those are the people I work with every day, that when you call me with these issues, I'm the one calling going, I need you to do this. And generally, they jump all over it. And they show up going, I got it done. And they're covered in sweat. They're covered in dirt. Yep, here's the part. Here's the problem. Got it taken care of. So for what it's worth, you know, it's when we look at what our community was and we look at our core values and we look at who we want to be. I got to be blunt. Schertz has not traditionally been a wealthy community. We aren't as wealthy as a lot of communities in the area, and certainly we've seen values go up and incomes go up. But again, I said this before at the previous meeting, I get calls from people who live in subsidized housing now with issues in the community that they need help with that I help. So it's hard to kind of say that's the problem. Again, don't have a development that comes in that we don't have issues with infrastructure and roads and traffic, and now we need more PD and fire and EMS. Again, a lot of credit to council in terms of what you did this year and say, here's how we get there with the tax rate. So.
He stole some of my time. I'm sorry I'm taking way too long on this, but I'm just going to finish my comments because it's super important, so I apologize, but at least we can have 3 hours of public comment, so that's good. I do have the concern of timing. As I said, we've got 3,000 plus single-family homes coming in the area. We don't know when 1518 is going to get done. It's going to be really painful. I am concerned because just the volume of units is just going to increase the needs, services, whatever those calls might be. But I did want to point out, the other concerns, lower home values. I wanted to assure residents, the people who back up to a main road, and you knew that when you purchased the house, they're always going to be, those homes, value can be the same as the guy across the street. Sometimes they're just a little bit harder to sell. They take a little bit longer, and if you're anxious, you'll drop your price and take less money to sell it faster. Doesn't mean your home value is less, but it's always backing up to a main road always is less desirable. And then whatever is across the street, yes, that does impact desirability, but not necessarily market value. So I fully expect FM 1518 to look like Schertz Parkway, FM 3009 down the road, and I think that's going to involve multifamily, commercial. So I think we need to understand that as a group moving forward, that's the vision for the city, and that's kind of what's going to be happening. Schools, I have spoken with the school district. They have assured me that they have a long-term plan, that they are accounting for the development. Again, I'm not part of the ISD, board. So, but I have been told by a representative of the ISD that they are accommodating that. And I know, residents have concerns that the schools will be overcrowded. So I've addressed that concern, and I think that they have said that that's not the case. Certainly by a 300-unit apartment. There were a couple of concerns that I won't address those. I think that's everything. I want to assure, as I did the last time, I take these things very seriously. There's obviously going to be someone that's disappointed in the end as far as the decision made, but I hope that the residents have felt like their voices have been heard despite decisions made. That's all I have.
Councilmember Scagliola.
Yeah, I've gotten a couple of emails and I heard the presentations tonight, and I do question the validity of some of the comments that have been relayed to me. Things about parking, traffic, the schools, the Section 8 scare. crime, reduce property values. I said I question the validity of it, but you know what? It isn't my job to correct misperceptions. That's basically the job of the developer. Present a development that's compatible with the views of the community affected. That's the job of the developer. Not my job to start a dialogue. Not my job to continue the dialogue. Quite frankly, that dialogue should have been resolved a couple of months ago before it even came to the city council. My job is to represent the views of the residents. And in my view, those concerns haven't been adequately addressed, mitigated, or resolved, which makes my decision much, much easier. That's all I have, sir.
Councilmember Brown.
I think the fact that there, as Councilwoman Whitaker said, over 3,000 units are already on the books down there. Growth is happening faster than you can imagine. All right, this is not a standalone little unit in the middle of the fields that's going to destroy the hay and the cows' land and everything else. Okay, I appreciate the fact that everybody wants a rural surrounding. The rural surroundings are going away as we speak. All right. Yeah, this is not to be cruel or mean or anything else, but again, the private property rights of somebody to sell their land to somebody else, and then for that somebody else to be able to do something with it, that's America. That's, you know, the greatest wealth building tool in America is real estate ownership, whether it's your home, land, your farm, whatever. So to try to limit people's ability to do that, again, 3,000 units. The schools are ready. The transportation, TxDOT in the city is planning ahead for adequate transportation. I just had a presentation with one of the TxDOT engineers. In 24 and 25, we're going to have I-10, I-35, 1518, 1103, and 1604 all under construction at the same time. We can't do anything about that. We don't have a vote on that, okay? There's like $9 billion in transportation in the San Antonio area being constructed, all right? We can't stop that, okay? We're not going to stop that. So it's very difficult. You know, this process has been through the planning and zoning process from the city planners through the P&Z committee, lots of discussion there. You know, they approved it 6-0 in approval. When I hear these things about this 300 units is going to cause crime, how about the other 3,000 units that are out there? When I hear that, oh, they're going to cause a traffic problem, a lot less than 3,000 home units, all right? You know, crime, again, 3,000 units, housing units out there, is a whole lot more propensity for things to happen than one 300-unit apartment building. And again, as Mr. James pointed out, we desperately need, again, I'm not talking about subsidized housing, I'm talking about affordable housing for the people that work in our city. Right now, down in southern Schertz, there isn't a single gas station, all right? But when we start building those commercial entities, gas stations, food stores, you know, neighborhood services, somebody's going to work there, and they're not going to make $60,000 a year working there. All right, just like working in our city. You want nice parks? Our parks, people make $32,000 a year to keep our parks up. All right, they are not making 60 grand a year. We need someplace to put them. All right, are they bad people? Are they criminals just because they're living in affordable housing? No, not at all. All right. I was military, all right? I started out in apartments when I got married. We spent a few years in apartments because we couldn't afford a house, all right? That doesn't make you a criminal just because you live in an apartment building, all right? Or did we raise the crime rate? No, we probably drank a little bit too much beer because we were kids, you know, but that was about it. You know, this is just one speck of the whole southern Schertz development that is happening at the same time. So all of these arguments about transportation, school, crime, I understand the emotions, I get it, all right? But when you buy in a single-family development neighborhood and you're surrounded by open land, that land is going to be changed over time. All right? It's not going to remain quiet little empty hayfield across the street where you can watch the deer in the morning. You can't watch the deer out there anymore anyway. All right? There's too much traffic, too much movement, too much construction. It's happening, and I don't want to deny anybody's ability to move forward with the progress. I think, again, our planning staff has done a good job working with the developers of coming up with a decent place. You know, they're talking nice amenities in this, you know, resort pools and gyms and community centers. It's a well thought out development. It's not a, you know, it's not a build it and leave it kind of place, like some people have noted in their opposition. So it's something that we really need, and we need a few of these throughout the city to support our growth, to support our entry-level workers, to support our city, our military, our, you know, the folks that run the gas stations and HEBs and Arlen's and everything else. All right, so I think it's just a part of our natural growth at this point.
Mayor Pro Tem Hayward.
At first, I wasn't going to say anything because everybody's kind of covered it. But for me, the more I think about affordable housing or workforce housing, and in some of the seminars that I've attended through TML, that's one of the things that they talk about is workforce housing, where people aren't making the income that you make to buy a house in our area. And when you've got 1,000 people a day moving to the state of Texas, they got to live somewhere. And all of them cannot afford a home, a three-bedroom, two-car garage kind of home. And then when I think about all the things that we have around the city, we talk about the city employees, the people that work for us, that are out there in the sun or out there in the water fixing a leak or putting in a new pipe or whatever it is that they're doing to make this city run. Those are the ones that we need to try to do this for as well, because they're the ones that help keep our city going. It's not the people that's sitting at the top like Brian. He kind of maybe herds the cats, but they're the ones that's making this city function the way it needs to function. And you want them to work here and make everything nice for the city, but then they got to live way across town. That's not right for them. And I think about the young school teacher or the young police officer, young firefighter. We think about dental techs, all of the people that don't make a lot of money. They want to raise, if they have a family, they want to put their kids in a good school district just like we do. And I hear everyone's concerns, and I'm going to go into those concerns. And I just want to tell everyone, I actually toured the San Marcos apartment complex that they were building. It's beautiful. They have wood cabinets, not like, even for me in the house that I bought. I get the wood front with the little chinky looking fake wood on the side. They're getting solid wood cabinets. I'm thinking, whoa, that's what you get in a high-end house. They're putting those in. They're getting granite countertops. In my house, you have to pay extra for that. They're putting those in. They're putting things that last, things that people can appreciate and have the finer things that they would have in this apartment complex. And they're learning that these things help people, for those that might want to do crime, but crime is everywhere. It doesn't matter where you go. I grew up in Houston in another little small town on the weekends. Population of 1,000, it still had crime. You think, and the police officers knew who the people that was committing the crime was. So I think I hear everyone's concerns, that are validated, but then when I think about the people that work here in the city day in and day out, do I really want them working across town or living in San Antonio and having to drive all the way out here, and if we need them in the middle of the night because there's a pipe break? They should be able to be close. And that's what I think about when I think about this apartment complex. So that is all.
Council, any other comments? Is there a motion to approve ordinance number 22 as 41?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward and second by Councilmember Brown. Mr. James, did you have a comment?
Just, I failed to mention, apologize, just a reminder, this was considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission last month. They recommended 6-0 to approve it.
6-0 to approve, okay. Once again, we have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, second by Councilmember Brown. Council, any other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
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 Nay.
We have 4 ayes, 1 objection, motion passes. Next, we have roll call confirmation. Our Deputy City Secretary, Ms. Edmondson, will provide us a roll call confirmation for items 1, consent agenda items 1, 2, 4, and 5, and discussion items 6, 3, and 7. Ms. Edmondson?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Item numbers for consent agenda, item numbers 1, 2, 4, and 5. A motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, seconded by Councilmember Dalla. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, Councilmember Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, and Brown all voted yes. Motion passed 6-0. Item number 6, resolution number 22R118. A motion was made by Councilmember Brown, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, Councilmembers Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, and Brown all voted yes. Motion passed 6-0. We went back to item number 6. It was resolution 22R119. It was from our consent agenda. A motion was made by...
That was correction. That was number 3 on the consent agenda item.
Correct. I'm sorry. Yes, item number 3 from our consent agenda item, resolution 22R119. Is that correct? Okay.
That is correct.
Councilmember Brown made the motion, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, Councilmembers Davis, Whitaker, Councilmember Dalla was not on the dais. Councilmembers Scagliola and Brown all voted. Motion passed 5-0. Item number 7, Councilmember Dalla was not on the dais for this vote. Item number 7, ordinance number 22S41. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward made the motion, seconded by Councilmember Brown. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, Councilmembers Davis, Whitaker, and Councilmember Brown all voted yes. Councilmember Scagliola voted no. Vote was 4-1. Motion passed.
Thank you, Ms. Edmondson. Let the record show that Councilmember Dalla has returned back to the dais. We'll continue with our closed sessions. We have item number 8. The City Council will convene in closed session pursuant to Section 551.071 of the Texas Governmental Code to seek the advice of legal counsel on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with the Texas Open Meetings Act, to wit, item 8A, the terms and conditions of franchise agreements between CPS Energy and the City of Schertz, and item 8B, the preliminary investigation report of a personnel investigation conducted by the city attorney. Also, item number 9, the City Council will convene in closed session pursuant to Section 551.074 of the Texas Governmental Code to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, to wit, item number 9A, discussion, update, and direction on the search of the appointment of a new city manager, and item 9B, the Schertz City Secretary, Ms. Brenda Dennis. The time is now 8:24. We will reconvene after our discussion. Time is now 10:11. We reconvene into our regular session after our discussion and deliberation regarding our closed session. Item number 10, in reference to agenda item 8A, reference the franchise agreement between CPS and the city of Schertz. Start time was 8:27, end time was 8:41. There is no action required. Item number 11, in reference to closed session in regards to the investigation conducted by city attorney. The start time is 8:43, end time was 9:55. There is no action required. Item number 12, in reference to item number 9A, reference to city manager vacancy. The start time was 9:57, end time was 10:04. Item number 13, agenda item number 9B, where there was no action required on the city manager vacancy. Item number 13, agenda item number 9B, reference to city secretary. There was no discussion regarding that session. So there is no roll call confirmation for these particular issues. Item number 14, consideration or action on the acceptance of the city secretary, Brenda Dennis, retirement paperwork.
Mayor, I make the motion that we accept Ms. Dennis' retirement effective immediately.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem and second by Councilmember Whitaker to accept the retirement effective immediately. Any discussion? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
We have 5 ayes, 1 objection. Motion passes. We'll need a confirmation, a roll call confirmation. Our city secretary will provide us a roll call confirmation on item number 14.
Let's see, Mayor, consideration or action on the acceptance of City Secretary Brenda Dennis' retirement, action item number 14. Motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, seconded by Councilmember Whitaker. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, and Brown all voted yes. Councilmember Scagliola voted no. Motion passed 5-1 to accept the immediate retirement action.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis. We'll move on to item number 15. It's an information packet regarding the November 8, 2022 notice of elections for Bexar, Comal, and Guadalupe counties, early voting and election day voting centers. The information has been provided to council and available at our homepage, schertz.com. All right, we'll move on to requests and announcements. Any further announcements from our city manager, Dr. Brown?
Nothing further, Mayor.
Staff, any possible updates or information requested from staff? Yes.
I asked Mr. James to look into the heavy trucks that are using Covers Cove as a thoroughfare to get to the homestead. Wondering what actions we can take to prevent that from occurring in the future.
Okay. Mr. James, did you get that information? Okay, thank you. Okay. Staff, any other comments? Okay. Council, any possible items you'd like to place on a future agenda?
Mayor, if you please.
Yes.
I'd like to have a discussion on parkland dedication. Specifically, I'd like to formalize what our views are on linear parks.
Linear parks.
Linear parks.
Those are the
walking trails.
The walking trails. Okay.
So what are you kind of looking for? I mean, you just want to know, do we want to pursue them, or?
I'd like to know what the consensus of the council is as to whether or not they are viable options as opposed to chunks of land.
Okay.
To actually establish linear parks as a viable option.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe the overall plan too for the trails. Okay. All right. Announcements by council members. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward.
Yes.
Oh.
You're not on.
Sorry. Yes, I attended the TML business meeting and board meeting and the TML conference. That's all.
Okay. Councilmember Davis.
Yes, sir, I attended TML last week. That's it, thank you.
Councilmember Whitaker.
Attended the TERS board this afternoon and National Night Out. Do we do National Night Out? Yes. National Night Out. I proclaimed twice. Councilman Davis stole my thunder once, but that's fine. That's all.
Councilmember Dalla.
The only thing I have is National Night Out. I got sent out by myself to the southern part of church, and I got to read 4 proclamations. So, ooh.
Councilmember Scagliola.
Yeah, National Night Out was absolutely wonderful. Also attended the TML conferences, made some great connections, had some seminars and booths, learned a whole bunch of stuff about PIDs and pavement.
Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, National Night Out was a lot of fun as usual. And TML, I wish I could have stayed for all of it, but I did stay for a lot of it and learned a lot of good stuff.
Okay. The time is now 10:18. We stand adjourned.